Hello, happy Friday. How's it going? Oh, I suppose I gotta edit my things to say read your library now because we're in read your library sprints. Read your oh my god, I can't spell at all. I'm gonna set a banner that actually says read your library. Hello, how's it going, friends? There we go. Read your library, readathon sprints. There we go. Let's do those. Sweet. All right. How's it going? How's it going? Welcome to Friday Sprints and my, as always, incredibly messy office. That's just what we do here. I'll get the Read Your Library background on sometime soon. So we'll do that. But how's everyone going today? How's Friday? How is Read Your Library Readathon starting off for you? I started the month by reading a book that wasn't on my list. So I'm like going through and thinking, okay, where could this fit into a prompt instead of a different book in a prompt? So I suppose it could fit in like the new to me author, but I already have a book for that. I suppose this could be a queer up book because it was a sapphic book. I could do that. So gotta figure out what to do with my first book. I read the arc for The Impossible Garden of Clara Thorne. I don't know if anyone's familiar with the TikToker Summer England. She wrote a book, and it's a very like whimsical, cozy fantasy, romantasy rather. It is sapphic. It is that I like that part of it a lot. And it was really good. So it was very cozy. I will say like the stakes were very low. So if you are like needing something very low stress, it's a very good option for a low stress book. And then I also, where'd it go? Somewhere. I read the graphic novel, The Ribbon Skirt, which was very, very cute. I really liked it a lot. And so I finished two. One was a graphic novel, so it's kind of easier. And then right now I am reading, I should get like a little currently reading thing in the corner. I'll work on that during the first sprint. But I am reading what is it? What is it called? Highly Suspicious and Unfairly Cute by Talia Hibbert. I think I'm going to read this, and then I'm going to read, I'll make a little poll in the Discord, but I'm going to read either The Poet Empress. Oh, I literally have them right here. These three. Oop, dropping shit everywhere. I'm going to read either Disability Visibility, which is an anthology of stories of living with disability in the 21st century. Or, move you a little way. I'm going to read Warrior Princess Assassin by Bridget Kemmerer, because for my local, one of my local bookshops does like a first quarter bingo situation. And one of the prompts is a poly romance. Or I'm going to read The Poet Empress by Chantal. Or I'm going to read Dengue Boy by Michelle Nieva for a translated book prompt for multiple things. So one of these four is what I'm going to start off with. So maybe I'll put a poll in the Read Your Library Discord so that people can pick for me so I don't have to. That'd be great. I will say I have all of these on audiobook except for Dengue Boy. So it's possible that like I might read Dengue Boy as my eyeball read, and then the others, one of the others as like my audio read. So that's possible. Anyway, so yeah, tell me how's it going, what you're going to be reading today. Today during sprints, I'm maybe going to read. I have a lot of work to get done. I am on the board for a nonprofit. I'm the marketing director. And for that nonprofit, I need to get a bunch of graphics made. So I'm going to see how many graphics I can make in the first sprint, and then we'll go from there. But I'm going to be listening to Highly Suspicious and Unfairly Cute. While we're talking, I'm going to do my makeup because tonight I am in a local community theater production of The Diary of Anne Frank, which we are pronouncing correctly as Anne Frank, but whenever I say The Diary of Anne Frank, people make fun of me. So I'm in that. I'm Meepkies, and we are doing our headshots tonight. So I'm like, oh, I kind of feel like I should look, I I'm going to do my hair different, and I feel like I should put some effort into how I look today. So we're going to do my makeup while we go through some comments. Let's see. Glenda, hello, Glenda. How are you? What's up? What are you reading today? Happy Friday indeed. Super sorry to everybody else who's toured the Midwest because, man, is it shitty weather outside. I would love it to be a little bit of a happier Friday, but I'll take what I can get. So there's that. Vanessa's here. Hello, hello. Reading from Blood and Ash by JLA and obsessed with it. That's awesome. I'm assuming that you are doing a Polycon prep reading. That seems like a Polycon prep read. Also, Vanessa, because of you, I had requested the Trad Pub arc for Smoke and Scar. I got it, and so I'm going to read it this month. And then I also got the Trad Pub arc for Splintered Kingdom. So I'm just going to be doing some Vanessa reads this month. I don't know if I'll get to Splintered Kingdom within this month, but I'm definitely getting a Smoke and Scar. And then depending on how quickly I need to get onto the second book, I can. But you're the reason that I got those. So yay, thank you. Christina's here. Hello, hello. So got some hellos for other folks. And then Christina, as always, has our links to everything. So first, follow Christina. Do it. But also, if you are ever looking for our playlists, this is the playlist for announcements and TBRs for Read Your Library Readathon. This is our sprint trolley. So this is going to be where you can find sprints. Basically, pull the playlist up and leave it up for the month is what I do. Hello, Ren. How are you? How's it going? And what are you reading today? Jen says, I'm all over the place today. Cleaning for my son to have a friend over. Kind of feels like he should be cleaning if he's having the friend over. I feel like men can do that. But making a Cadbury cake for IRL book club. That's cute. And trying to actually finish the book for that book club. You're 80%. You know, I really identify with the idea of focusing on making the cake for it when you haven't even finished it yet. So I resemble that statement pretty strongly. I like that. Mel's here. Hello, hello. How are you? How's it going? And hellos all around. Christina says, son opened his presents before dad left. Now excited to read his new book. I love when kids are excited to read new books. You know what I could do is I could read the picture book that I have for the challenge card prompt to read a picture book, kids and teens. And I have it and I could just like read that quick too. So we could get that going. Mel says hello to Mel. Christina Bosse, hello to Ren. Hello to Mel. Ren is listening to Weaving Shah by Heba El-Wasiti, which I have heard some really, really great things about. So let us know if you're already like into it. Let us know how it's going so far, because I've heard really, really good things. And also I think the cover for that one looks really cool. Like, you know how sometimes a book will come out and you're like, yeah, that's a cover I've seen before. But Weaving Shaw's cover is really, really interesting to me. So I like that. I don't know if with this microphone you can hear my beauty blender bouncing, but whatever. Glenda says hello to Ren. Mel says hello to Glenda. Hello to Mel from Ren. Hey, Christina. Oh my good Lord. There's so many hellos. Hello to everybody. Glenda is halfway through Star Seekers by Nicole Glover. 8 hours and 28 minutes left in the audiobook. But what speed do you listen on? Because that could be 8 hours. That could also be 4 hours if you're not so crazy. That could be like an hour and 40 minutes. Not so crazy, but better than me. Better ears than I've got to be able to listen to that fast. More hellos. Oh, and Jamie's here. Hello, Jamie. How are you? Happy Friday. How's it going? I did not put enough foundation stuff on my hand, so now my chin's uncovered. Mel says hello to Jamie. Glenda says happy birthday to Christina's son. Yes, happy birthday. Glenda says Star Seekers is for repeat author space on the bingo board. I've read The Conductors by the same author. Very nice. For my repeat author, I decided to go with let me remind myself. Oh yeah. I'm going to read Dreamland by Olivia Blake. It doesn't come out until August, but I have a feeling that it's one of those ones where, like, you know how sometimes You'll get a book on NetGalley and you'll be like, yeah, I definitely want to read this. Like, I love Ollie Blake's writing. But then time goes on and you're just like, I don't know where my passion went to read this book. It's disappeared into the ether. I have a feeling that Dreamland is going to be like that. And so I'm like, if I add it to a prompt, then I have to read it. So I'm giving myself the motivation to make sure that I read it, because otherwise what's going to happen is August will come and go and I will not have read the book. So yeah. Also, I'm like putting on sunscreen just kind of in hopes that the sun comes out. You know what I mean? It's aspirational. We're hoping. And now the back of my hand is a little bit orange, but that's fine. Jamie says, hello to everybody, Glenda, ML, Christina, and everyone. Ren says, ooh, I've been wanting to read The Poet Empress. I've read Warrior Princess Assassin. That one was really fun. I hope so, because I also did apply for the second one. And I have actually, like, NetGalley for me has been really weird lately, where either I will get approved for a book and I will, like, immediately. We're talking, my approvals have been coming within a day, which feels really weird. Or the alternative is that I have 3 books, only 3. That's pretty good. I have 3 books that have been sitting requested for a while, and like since October. And so I'm like, this is a little strange. So there's just the 3, and one of the 3 is Captive Traitor King, so the sequel to Warrior Princess Assassin. And I'm like, I would like that. But it also doesn't come out till November, so I can understand if they, I don't know, maybe they tossed it up there and then forgot to go back and look at it, maybe. I don't know. So we'll see, but hopefully I like Warrior Princess Assassin. If I don't, I'll definitely go and withdraw the request. Like, I'm not going to do that to myself. The other 2 that I'm waiting on, in case you're curious, are Rider of Dragons by A.T. Qureshi and then The Fake Divination Offense by Sarah Rosh. That one publishes in May. I'm thinking of withdrawing that one because I kind of thought that by this point I would have read the first one, The Fake Entanglement of Rival Wizardry, or something like that, whatever that one is. And this is the sequel to it. And I assumed that I would have read it by now. I have not. So hopefully, yeah, we like it. Hello to Jamie from Ren. Hello to Ren from Jamie. Ren says, ooh, highly suspicious and fairly cute is actually so cute. I think I gave it 4 stars. That's awesome. I am also thinking that this could, like, I have a book lined up for the YA square on the challenge card already, but I'm like, if I've already read this, like if I'm reading it right now, I could just put it in that square too. Like, I'm gonna read the other book no matter what. It was gonna be a double up. So far, I've only read 1 book that I actually like planned on reading, and oh my gosh, I just got this all over the shirt that I was gonna wear for the headshots. So nope, that's not great. Great. I will have to change shirts sometime during our sprints. All right, Christina says hello to Jamie. And Vanessa, I know that you love Smoke and Scar so much, and your passion not only for the book but for how great of a person the author is what made me go, oh, I should probably request that. So you can tell Gretchen you did it. That's your, I don't want to say fault. That makes it sound like a bad thing, but you're doing. So yeah. Glenda is reading Asada Shakur's autobiography for the circulation desk of the challenge card. That's awesome. Circulation desk, I really liked the prompt for it. Especially the final checkout one. That was a really smart prompt to do. That's actually what Warrior Princess Assassin will fall in for me. But for anyone who doesn't know, that prompt is something that either is about to like go back to the library, so you need to get it done, or something that you had previously had taken from the library and then had to return before you finished it. And that has happened to all of us. That's every single one of us. So I thought that was a really smart prompt. I like that. Vanessa also votes for Warrior Princess Assassin. I will put out a vote so that you guys can go fight on Discord. Mara says, why did I think because of you by Kelly Clarkson, as soon as you said because of you, oh my god, that music video that defined, I feel like, a whole era of music videos. It was very sad too, a very sad music video. Jamie says, I'm finishing a couple books this afternoon. I will probably start by finishing my BookTube prize book because I have about 60 pages left. That's awesome. So you're really getting there. And every time that I think about how many books you read and how many arcs you have on NetGalley, it makes me cringe up just a little bit. Pearls is here. Hello, how are you, Pearl? How's it going? What are you reading today? Glenda says hello to Jamie and Pearl, and Reading Goblin Jen is here. Today I'm reading the graphic novel Goat Magic. Is it about actual goats having magic? Because that sounds dope. That sounds great. I'm interested. Tell me more. Ren says hello to Pearl. Pearl is knitting the last strawberry purse and filming it for a knit-along video. I wish that I had more patience to knit patterns. I do not. But that sounds really cute. And will you put pictures in Discord for us? Because strawberry sounds real cute. Please. Thank you. Ren says hello to Jen and Jen. Hellos from Pearl. Jamie also says, I must make coffee in the first sprint. Absolutely. 10 out of 10. I, at some point today, I have to also run to the post office super quick during a sprint. So I'm thinking my post office is right next to like my small town coffee shop. My small town, for all of its faults, it also like wails because we have two bookstores. The way that the 6,000 people in my town vote, you wouldn't guess that a lot of them would be readers, to be quite honest. We have two bookstores. We have this coffee shop that also roasts their own, like they're a roastery too. It's real good. So and it's right next to the post office. So I'm like, ooh, maybe I better also go to the coffee, but then I have to be back within a sprint. So if for any reason on the first or second sprint, the timer goes off and I don't come back yet, it's because I'm rushing back in my car. So just as like a heads up there, but everything is within 6 minutes of me because again, extremely small town, one main street with everything on it. Oh, I've been using you as my mirror. This is a lot of blush in person. Holy shit. This is camera makeup. In person, this looks crazy. I need to blend that out a little bit more. Good. Hellos from Christina to Pearl and Jen, from Pearl to Christina. Have I started play rehearsals? Yes. So we actually, our performances are April 17th through 19th. So we have our complete set built. We are supposed to be memorized and fully off book. I'm not, and I like don't have that many lines. I'm Mapke's, and she's in 4 scenes. I come in 4 times total. And so, and like every time I have like 3 lines. The one that we're doing today is actually the most lines of any of my scenes because it's like toward the very end when I come in yelling, the invasion has begun, meaning the invasion of Normandy, the good invasion. And that's the most lines that I have in the whole show in one scene. So, and I'm supposed to cry. I get to cry on command. I'm so excited. So, I might rehearse some lines during a sprint as well. Cause yeah, we're doing actor headshots today and then running that scene. So great. Oh, also Pearl, like this. One of our props that we needed was a facelle, which the script listed as a knitted bag. I Googled facelle bag. That's not a knitted bag. It's like a raffia purse with the circle handles. Anyway, so they were like, we need some sort of a yarn woven bag. I was like, I'll make it because I'm stupid. But I made one. It's just a squarey looking little tote with a little design. Why are you being weird at the bottom here? It's a squared off bottom. Just don't mind whatever is happening here. The bottom is squared off, and then it's got just little handles, and it's just a homemade tote bag for me to carry and put presents in. So I made that. My wrist hurts like hell right back here. That's a wrist brace because my wrist hurts. Ren says, so far so good. I'm only 11% in. As a reminder, Ren is reading. Oh my God. What are you reading? We just talked about it. 2 seconds ago, Weaving Shaw, and the plot is picking up around 11%, which is exactly where it should. So good. Molly's here. Hello, Molly. Dot. How are you? And Chris is here too. Amazing. All the friends are here. I love this. Christina says, "What is the sun you speak of?" Lord knows. In Minnesota, in case anyone's wondering how it is here. On Monday, I was trying to read Red Rising. That book is not for me, you guys. I don't read a lot of books by cis white men. And I haven't in like 2 years. If you go through my story graph, I've read one series by a white man. Like, and it's the same series that I read once a year in the last 2 years out of the 150 books I read a year. And so Red Rising was a bit of a shock to my system, and I did DNF it. So, but anyway, on Monday, I was reading Red Rising out on my deck in my shorts in the sun. It's like 80 degrees. And yesterday we had a forecast of 7 to 8 inches of snow. So that's how Minnesota's going right now. We didn't get the snow, but it's raining and cold. So Ren says hello. She's like, I used to know, I swear. I feel that. Just out here downing vitamin D supplements. Hello to Malada. Hello to Chris. Hello to Ren and Christina. Chris says, I don't understand the NetGalley process where some publishers will approve ASAP and others take months. I have a request that's been there since October. Here's the thing. One of the requests that I have that's been here since October, it's The Fake Divination Offense by Sarah Rush. I requested it on October 23rd. And that book is from Tor. It's a Tor book. It's a Bramble book, but it's a Tor book. But I've gotten approved for Tor books since. I've gotten approved for Tor audiobook. I've gotten approved for Dreamland by Allie Blake is from Tor. I got those were approved in March and February. I got approved for Dreamland like immediately. Okay, thanks, Tor. I don't know what's going on. Tor likes me all of a sudden, and I'm terrified of it. I don't want to fuck it up. But like they've approved stuff since then. And actually, so October 23rd, I requested The Fake Divination Offense. And then on October 25th, I got approved for Hell's Heart by Alexis Hall. And like some of these are their fantasy imprints, some are like Bramble, but I did get approved for Big Girl Blitz by Danielle Allen, which is a Bramble book, after I had requested The Fake Divination Offense. So it's not even just like Bramble versus other, I don't know. You know what? I'm going to stop complaining about Tor now. I love you, Tor. Approve me for more things, please. Glenda says hello to Chris and Molly Dot. Vanessa is trying to do an Illyria Lightbringer cosplay. I don't know who that is. Is that from Red Rising? I don't know. I don't know who that is. But cosplay is fun. I don't know what I'm doing. You know what? I really like that one girl on TikTok, Serena Neal, because she just full sends every craft that she does. Big fan. Just do that. It'll turn out. Hello, Pearl. Hello, Molly Dot. Hello, Chris. Ren says, I usually withdraw the request in the pub month because clearly they don't want to give me that book. I do that because I have noticed that several publishers will go through and after a book has been published, they'll go and reject everything that they didn't approve, and I don't want it to count as declined. So, saving my decline stats. Versus the Strawberry Purses will be in my March vlog. Perfect. So we'll have to go watch that. Goblin Jen says, it's a girl who can talk to goats and sets out to help a princess that has been turned into a goat. Kind of similar to Swan Princess, but with goats. That sounds amazing. Okay. So, might have to pick up that graphic novel. That sounds great. I think the Swan Princess could only be improved by turning the swans into goats, to be quite honest. Barbie Goat Princess. That's an idea. I'm going to write an email to, well, not Disney. Disney doesn't own that, do they? Alexi says, going to be doing a bit of reading before crafty sprints, debating between Alchemize and Air of Fire. That's up to you. I don't have an opinion on either of those, I don't think. But crafty sprints, what are you crafting today? And hi, and also hi, Lexi. How's it going? from Mel also. Ren says, I'm Team Air Fire because everyone says Alchemize is such a hard read. Also very long. How many books are you looking to read this month? Jesse's here. Oh, hi. How's it going? What are you doing today? Jamie says, you could practice your lines for each entrance as we come back from sprints. I could do 4 sprints and then just each one. Mr. Frank, thank God you've made it. There we go. That's one of them. Hello, friends from Jesse. Hello, hello. Oh, Jamie loves crocheting bags. I'm not going to crochet a bag again for a very long time. I also realized I've kind of abandoned doing my makeup, which isn't great because I do have to have it done. I just underestimated the amount of not effort, but the consistency required because my hands hurt. And also I'm not fantastic at crocheting, and I was never formally taught to crochet or knit. I was informal. I've learned how to crochet and knit through osmosis essentially. And so I don't know, like I had somebody be like, well, are you half double crochet? I don't know. It took me like 4 tries just to make sure that I was doing the right thing at the end of a row to make sure that the next row would have the exact same number of stitches, loops, whatever. I don't know. So I think part of it is that I don't know actually what I'm doing, and I'm just doing my best. Jesse's going to listen to One Night in Italy, where I have about an hour left, and we still haven't made it to Italy. That's so funny. So you spent the whole book being like, that kind of felt like the start of the Spanish love deception, where I was like, we're in America. What's going on? But that got to Spain pretty quick. Hello's from Glenda. Just talk about false advertising, indeed. Jamie says, I have a couple publishers that deny requests a lot. Tor is one, though I do get some from them. I have gotten, except for this one from October, I've gotten everything I've requested from Tor lately. And again, what? That's crazy, but I love so many of Tor's books. They are the publisher for my favorite author of all time. So I did beg them to give me a widget for one book. So I'm wondering if they like put a note on my profile, like she just really loves us or something. I'm not auto approved by any means, but that would be the dream. Be auto approved by Tor. Incredible. Hello again, Mel from Molly Dad. I met a girl. Exactly. I don't have a lot of extra dollars, but I would like for someone to produce that. Hello to Lexi and Jesse from Christina. Ren says, I love the Set Fire to the Gods duology and the Snow Like Ashes series. I definitely need to go back to reading Sarah Ash. I've never read any of her books. However, I heard that the Fake Entanglement of Wizards, I think that's what it's called. I heard that was just really, really good. And so I'd be interested. So Lexi says crafting. Today is going to be crocheting flower bouquet coasters. Cute. Making a set for a friend for her birthday and for your mom. That's a great Mother's Day gift. Wow. My mom would love that. Do you want to make a set for my mom? Ren says, I might still need to read the last book in the Snow Like Ashes series, though, so I haven't quite finished. And yes, Lexi is going to be sprinting for the Maker's Quest at 3 p.m. EST, which is in just a little bit here. So you guys can do some sprint hopping. And then that's the link. Chris says, I've noticed some publishers will decline or withhold requests if the books make it on long lists. They think they're going to get enough attention, which is not always the case. And then I usually withdraw my request in that case, and the publisher will then email me to send me a direct link to the book because they didn't get the publicity they wanted. That is really interesting, and I had not considered that. I also, I don't know, I feel like this Tor one, it's a sequel to a romance book that I did see made some lists, but not a ton of them, so I'm curious what they think is going to be going on there. Jesse says, it still works for set in a different country for reader library. It sure does. Technically. Jamie says, in a few months, once I am in my bookstore and have internet that will support live streams, we need to do a crochet and read along sprint on the stream together and crochet a bag. That actually, I think it would be really fun to do. Like, everyone does the same thing. We check in on how we're doing. Not competitively, but it would be really interesting. Mine would just kind of be there. You know what I mean? Not doing super hot. I did it did just occur to me that I should probably open Spirit City so that we can have. Oh, for a second, I was like, where did my Steam so where'd Steam go? So that we have a timer for sprints so that we can get those started. And then during this first sprint here, I might actually run to that post office first just to make sure that that is done because post offices close early. And actually, you guys, is the post office open today? It is Good Friday. And the schools are closed. So I should double check to see if the post office is even going to be open today. But let's log into Spirit City. I have not gotten the new DLC yet. I need to. It looks friggin' adorable. So I'll think about that. We're just on regular Spirit City. But, well, and yeah, Christina just said, is the post office open? I'll Google it. Post office near me. It says open on Google. So it says the normal hours. I suppose I could look at like their website. Yeah, it says on the USPS website that they're open. And I'm sending Red Rising to the next person in my book club. For those who don't know, I do a fantasy traveling book club. So all of us picked a book. All of us for January read the book that we chose, and then each month we pass it to the next person in the list. So each month we're each reading a book, different book for each of us each month, but it eventually goes to everybody, and we all annotate it. So you get to like read a book and also see annotations as you go, and it's really cool. Except that I don't like I didn't like that one, but that's what I need to send is the book for that, so I can go to its April reader because I'm a little late. Chris says, my heck Allie pet peeve, publishers who arbitrarily archive an arc with notice. Oh, with no notice. Okay. I had an arc published in July that was archived March 31st that I had no notice. Now I'm reading it. That is a weird time frame. I don't like that. It might be public holiday hours. Postal service locations are opening normally. Great. Because not a federal holiday. Okay. Good. Because I need to go do stuff. And yes, and in my small town, just about everything is closed. Legitimately, so many things are closed right now. So we have like the community center where my husband likes to go work out because he's not working today. His work took off. They are closed. We've got, obviously, all the students are off school. So a lot of stuff was unexpectedly closed today. And also, I can't talk in the microphone and do this at the same time. But we're gonna go ahead and get our first sprint started here in just a second. So my doc today thought it was only him who didn't work all day today. Perfect. All right, let's bring up. Oh, is it bad? I thought Easter already happened. It's not bad. Honestly, I texted my mom and I was like, hey, are we doing a thing? Let me know. Just tell me. We're going to share Spirit City. We're not going to share. We will share that audio. And where do you guys want to go today in the little housey house? Public holiday. Yeah, didn't think it'd be different in the US, but yeah. Baffled when we told him we closed at noon because he meant he actually did have to answer the on-call service as the only one who doesn't celebrate Easter. Nice. And yeah, it's a little bit late this year. So, all right. Where do you guys want to go? You know, on the bed, at the desk, window, or their beanbag? Let me know where you want to be and what you want to do. Will I get my other eyeliner on? Oh, this one looks much better. Great. I will have to make sure that this side of my face is facing out for my headshot because that's a good wing. I actually might go and like remove the other one and redo it because this one looks so good. Oh, but I might have just effed it up. Good. Perfect. Too big. Great. Love that for us. We'll just disguise it with some mascara. You guys have not said anything about where you want to be in Spirit City yet. Bed, desk, window, or beanbag. But Jean's here. Hello. Hello, Jean. I just realized I've made tons of mistakes in my knitted blanket because I'm doing the wrong stitch. You know what? Or you are just doing a variety of stitches. It's just a variety blanket is what you're making. You haven't made any mistakes at all. Ryan says perhaps sit at the window. Sold. We can sit at the window and then we can you get out of my way here? Oh no. Where did Spirit City go? Let's move you over here so we can actually see you. Okay. At the window, we can. I think that one of them is just looking. I'm typing. Let's go ahead and let's meditate with our little. I love that the deer meditates too. I think she's so cute. All right, cool. So we're gonna go ahead and do an hour sprint as usual. That one. 1 hour. Ah, perfect. All right, so we'll do an hour sprint. I will go to the post office and then we'll come back and we'll see how far folks have gotten. So I will see you guys in 1 hour. Happy sprinting. All right, we're back. How's it going? How'd your sprint go? Let's head back to this one and take that out. Perfect. All right, that was a really productive sprint for me. I did change my shirt because I spilled makeup on. Spilled makeup? I don't even know how that makeup got on there. It wasn't my fault. That was a really productive sprint for me. I did go to the post office. I dropped off my book. I got coffee. I got a lunch sandwich. And they have my tiny little coffee shop has cruffins. So I got an almond cruffin that they make in-house. So amazing. And then I love the post office. I'm a big, like, I won't use a different service if I can help it. I will use the post office at all costs. And that includes buying a bunch of stamps because they had a bunch of stamps I don't have. So I got pinata stamps. They're all little pinatas. I got baby wild animal stamps in a really cool art style. I got the Phyllis Wheatley celebration stamps because it was the last one they had. And whenever there's like a one left, I have to adopt it. And then they have an Underground Railroad series of stamps. So I bought a bunch of stamps. So if you what do I have that I can send to people? What do I have to give away? I know, hold on. Excuse me, squeaky chair. Okay, I have to find them, but I have stickers for Round Trip Readers, which is the book crawl business I have with my friends. So if you want me to send you stickers for that, I'll send you stickers with the stamps that I just got. So in the links in the description of this is both my Discord, Annotation Station, and then also the Read Your Library Discord. Hop into any of the Discords. I'm all over them. And just DM me and be like, send me stuff, and I'll send you stuff with my new stamps. I didn't get this at the post office, which is ironic. But I got a package. It's not actually from Book of the Month because I don't do Book of the Month. I'm not a fan of theirs. Hold on a second. That's loud. We're gonna make it so that I can talk a little bit further away and you can still hear me. I don't do Book of the Month, but I did place multiple Pango orders lately. So I don't know what this is. Let's find out together. Oh, okay. This is the nicest Pango order I've ever received. Holy shit. I didn't open it. I just cut it open. But oh my God. Okay, so look at this. They printed a sticker. This is a sticker. This is not taped on. A sticker of my invoice for my Pango used books order. And it's got a little, got a little thank you. It's wrapped nice. All right. Oh my gosh. Allie, thank you so much for your purchase. I hope you'll enjoy this little handwritten card. Little stickers. I have so many book stickers, you guys. Stickers. Wow. Color me impressed. Sealed with little book washi tape. That's cute. I have book washi tape that I should use for stuff. Oh, hell yeah. So, I recently redid my bookshelves. Not these ones, clearly. I have books in 3 places. I have some books in here. I want more books in here. And then outside my office, outside my door, I have a cabinet that has our towels and stuff in it. And piled on top of the cabinets, if you've ever seen any of my the YouTube short and Instagram and TikTok, I posted my roll for TBR. That's what's called, my roll for TBR. It's the piles on the cabinet. That's my TBR pile. And then downstairs, I have all the books that I have read and loved on bookshelves, and I just redid them. And I was like, it feels like there's something missing. Oh yeah, one of my favorite series of all time. So I've ordered each of them separately. I wanted the matching covers, but it's the Serafina series by Rachel Hartman. It is a YA fantasy that is about dragons. But it's so unique and it's so stupid good. This is the second book in the series, Shadow Scale. So the other one theoretically is going to be on its way to me soon. But I love this series. I re-listen to the series at least once a year. And this, I think, was like, oh, and it's a first edition, by the way. It was like $4 on Pango. So yay, that will be going on my shelf. I was like, if there's something missing here, and I should also take pictures of my shelves and put them in my Discord so you can see my new bookshelves. Where am I going to put that over there? So yeah, that's exciting. Hell yeah. I love getting new books. If any of you are curious, I have been acquiring, some might say too many books in the month of March. In the month of March, I acquired 63 books. I ordered this one in March. I might count it in March just so I have one outlier month. I went to a book convention. I also, starting our book business, I had to go to the bookstores. And if I'm going to the bookstores, I gotta buy something. I gotta buy a book. So I acquired a lot of books in March. And I love buying books. I love supporting my local authors. In April, I'm going to a book fair and I'm trying to buy fewer than 10 books. We'll see. So yeah, anyway, but that was a busy ass sprint for me. So let's go take a look at the comments. Oh my God, y'all have talked a lot. Holy shit. All right. Jean said, I should switch to reading If I Didn't Do It by L. Gonzalez Rose. I haven't heard of that one, but sure. I also know Jean reads a lot. Jean reads really fast too. Chris says, I want to be in Tokyo and Spirit City. Look, I was like, I don't use it enough to go buy the DLCs. But then, oh, y'all have the garden one and it's so cute. And the cow, are you shitting me? Oh my God. I think I might have to buy it just for the cow. It's so cute. So I might have to do that. Jean says hello to Christina and Chris and Mel. We got hellos all around. Vanessa says, out of curiosity, if you see someone who frequents book events that you frequent and you see them posting inside thoughts on social media, would you say something? That's a great question. I think it depends on two things. A, how well do I know them? Like, are we just mutuals? Or have we have DM'd, we have absolutely corresponded privately before. And I think the other thing that I would consider is how egregious are these inside thoughts? And what kind? If they're posting inside thoughts that are going to harm their image online, and I'm assuming in this case that they may be a content creator. If it is going to be harming their reputation online, it is going to impact them PR wise from a business perspective. That's something where I would say hey, I just want you to know this is how something is coming off. And you might probably don't intend it this way, but I did want to let you know, in case, because I would want someone to let me know. But if I've never talked to them DM wise, we're not friendly like that. And, or it's just kind of that's weird, and less of oh, that's really bad. I might not. That's a tough situation. Feel free to DM me. I'm real curious. But yeah, that's a tough situation. Jean says I would for sure. Mary says, Vanessa, do you have a video on NetGalley Knockdown, or is it something just for you? It's a great question. She might have answered it, but yeah, I mean, you're gonna hear a lot of us talking about NetGalley Knockdowns. For a lot of people are gonna do it for Kooky Mayhem. August. I'm so excited for August. In case you don't know, August last year, run by Vanessa, was the first YouTube Readathon that I participated in. And I had a blast. And here's the thing, I'm loving Read Your Library. I did, what was the last one that I participated in? I've done multiple since, but I love the competitive ones. So I'm really excited for our August to come back. And also, hello, Mary. How are you? Good, and a coffee refill as well. I love it. Jesse says, pivot. I was going to start Stag Dance after this, but I just got approved for the TJ Klune audiobook. That's amazing. So yeah, definitely going to go listen to that for sure. Hello to Mary from Glenda. And then Vanessa says, it's just something that you've been doing as a personal challenge, but Vanessa, you could make it into YouTube shorts. Just saying. I posted YouTube this morning. Oh, perfect. I should just read the next comment before I keep going. Jesse says, I thought I got declined for it. Maybe it was the ebook that you got declined for, but now you have something to read in the car if you drive somewhere. Mary says, thanks, Vanessa. I did see your shorts. And hello to Glenda. Hello, Kurukun. How are you? I don't know that I've seen you here before, but hello. And let us know what you want us to call you. If not, Kuru. But hi, welcome in. Jamie says, I got one new arc this week that I picked based on its pretty cover, and it looks really good. It's about an uprising among sex workers on the Bangladeshi island. Uprising by Tamina Anam. Oh, that sounds excellent. You should maybe put the link somewhere. Lexi is doing Crafty Spins on her channel right now. I believe Christina probably has the link in here somewhere. If she doesn't already, I bet it's going to be in here shortly. It is earlier in the comments as well. And Lexi went into opened up Spirit City right as my sprint was about 10, and I was like, oh, perfect timing. Jesse, for those who don't know, is reading a book called Something in Italy. 90% in, and finally, it's taking place in Italy. Yay! It only took most of the book. Jamie says, it wasn't worth it, Jesse. Maybe. Oh, thank you, Mel. I appreciate it. We have headshots today, so I gotta... My hair sort of is curly, or this part of my hair is curly. The rest of it, not so much, but I do need my hair down to cover my sports bra straps. So, yeah. Lexi says, I finished sorting my emails because most of it was junk, but that has to feel so good, though, to have most of it done. Molly Dot says, I'm halfway through. No one's going to take her soul away. I've read enough of it today. I'm not sure what I'll do next. I feel that some days there's a book that you're just like, here's the thing. I am enjoying the book, but I can't read any more of this book today. I have a feeling. So the War of Lost Hearts trilogy by Carissa Broadbent, Daughter of No Worlds, Children of Fallen Gods, Mother of Death and Dawn. I've read the first two. Have not cried harder in my life. I know that this third book is going to take me out, and it's all they're chunky books. This book is over 700 pages. And I'm like, I think that it's going to be a book where it's going to be I can read a couple of hours of it in the day, but I can't do the whole day. Break it up with a graphic novel. And yes, finally, Jesse. Jen got to 89% in Mean Streak. Got one of the 2 layers of cake made and finished cleaning my son's room. He did most of it before he left. Okay, so you just did the harder stuff. That's all right. I also don't know how old your son is, so obviously, especially when they're younger, yeah, sometimes they struggle. Jamie says, I read 3 whole pages. Mostly I made and actually drank coffee. Yay, and watched some booktube. Cheers to coffee. What's funny is that I'm not really a coffee drinker. I've been having a craving for it lately. But I haven't been to Starbucks since 2023. I don't really, if I get coffee, it's from just my local coffee shop, but I don't really drink a whole lot of it. But lately it's just been I want it. Ren made it to 26% in weaving shot and had a cup of tea. Very nice. Don't want to make you guys listen to me cough. Chris says, I have 30 pages left of Christine by Stephen King. I think I'll keep reading and finish it. That's amazing. I know some of his books are really long. I know Jesse and somebody else, you guys read it together hella long, and you were thinking of doing it with the stand too. Hella long. My husband is working his way through Stephen King's backlist, and you guys, I don't want him to hear me talking about him. The other day, he's been reading he's read 3 books the past 3 years. But the other day he says, hey, I'm really liking reading. I think I should probably get a Kindle. Yes. So I did tell, I posted on my Instagram, and I was like, hey, because he thinks he wants to get one, I don't really want to spend $200 on one. Does anybody have one that you're it's not the nicest, newest Kindle, but he can read in the sunshine. He likes to read outside. So one of my friends has given me one, and we're going to make him a Kindle reader. Yes. I'm so excited. Annette is here. Hello. How's it going? Hello to everyone in the chat. Mary says, I loved Christine. Read it when it originally came out. Nice. Who is the seller on Pango? That is a fantastic question. I will find the answer to this. And I will put it in the chat sometime soon-ish. I promise. But yes, I'll put the seller's name in there because that was a very nicely wrapped Pango book. And also, this is like pristine condition. This is an amazing condition for, how old is it? How old it is? Hello to Annette from a couple of different folks here. Vanessa says, I'm trying to figure out quarterly estimated taxes. Yikes. I do not envy you. More hellos to and from Annette. Lexi says, see, if you just don't open the packages, you didn't buy the books. Look, but then I don't have new books to look at. And I also, there is a local bookstore to me. It's my favorite one. Minneapolis, St. Paul area is like amazing for indie bookstores. We have truly a crazy amount of indie bookstores. And I have so many favorites, but my favorite, it's called Birch Bark Books. It's an Indigenous owned bookstore. First and foremost, they have more Indigenous fiction than anybody else ever because they're an Indigenous owned bookstore. It's actually Louise Erdick owns it. She's the owner of it. And they also have the best graphic novel selection I've ever seen. Every single time I go, they have completely different graphic novels showcased. So it changes out frequently. They have so many and every single one I've ever gotten from them is fantastic. And I recently read Bad Indians Book Club by Patty Krawick. It is an anthology about how genre is closely tied to the marginalized Indigenous experience, and the lessons that we can take from the act of storytelling and translate that into our lives. It's a fantastic anthology, Bad Indians Book Club. And so I had to go buy it, obviously. Had to get a copy for myself. So I went in there to get my one book. And I walked out with a lot of books. But I take them home and then I add them to my little list of books that I bought, and then they're on my shelf and I'm so happy. So, if I don't ever open the package, I don't have the pretty book on my shelf. So I'm not trying to convince myself I didn't buy the books. I keep a tracker. Like I have a spreadsheet of all my physical TBR. And I do keep track every month, how many books I have, how many books are read of the ones that I have, and how many I've gained each month. So yeah. Annette says, I'm hoping to finish my current read, which is The Tortured Kingdom by Brian Asher, an indie fantasy. Awesome. How is it? Are you liking it? Is it good? Mel says the cow in Spirit City is absolutely adorable. Seriously. Like, oh, that is a fluffy cow. I'm a big fan. I've seen it, multiple people like win it now. And so, yeah. Vanessa says, I don't know them well. We have DM'd and will be influencing together. That's important to know. And they're tagging an author talking about naughty things they did with their husband because of the, oh no. That, oh, my dog's trying to get in here. That is, I literally don't have any words. Jamie says, I would totally reach out to them. Maybe not about that issue, but just to become acquainted in the future so that you could say something. Because here's the thing, because you are influencing together, you have two routes. One, yes, you could like get to know them a little bit better and just say, hey, I wanted to know if you were aware of some controversy about comments like this, because there's absolutely, especially on Threads, which is the Wild West, there has been a lot of controversy about A, tagging authors and stuff in general, but B, talking specifically about these are the sexual things that I did because of you. Like, so I just say, hey, I don't know if you're aware. I just want to let you know how this may come off because you're influencing for the event. Or so you could do that route. Or if you don't like confrontation, you just, if there's a handler of influencers for the event, say, hey, Wondering if you could maybe mention this. It's a little awkward feeling, but it also could reflect on the event. As a person who works in a lot of events, I personally would want to know so that I could just gently ask them to maybe take that down or like maybe to reconsider having that out there because it's a little weird. So yikes. Big, big yikes. I don't love that for any of us. Arc August is gonna be villainous. I can't wait. Also, my Nag Alley backlog can't wait either. I was looking through, I keep like every month, I keep a post-it of where did I start the month and where did I end the month. And I like at the beginning of the year, at the beginning of January, I only had 21 arcs. I was doing so good. I have multiple pages now. I'm nowhere near Jamie's level. Let's be very clear. Love you, Jamie, but I could never. But I have way too many for myself. Atia's here. Hello, how's it going? How are you? What are you doing this afternoon? What are you reading? Jamie says August will be so much fun. Need to make room though for all the new arcs I'll have added. That's true because even like right now we are not in an arc readathon, but people still be talking about them. People still be, oh, I got this. I got approved for this. Have you seen this? This is great. And I'm just like, well, okay, I'll go request it, I guess. I'm very easily swayed. And hello to Atia from Mel. Atia is sitting on the balcony. Still need to decide what I'll read. You do have options, and you could do what I did and just post a poll and be like, people tell me, what do I read? Right now, disability visibility is winning. I did post in the Read Your Library Discord, in the chit chat channel. I posted a poll. You can just click one of the react buttons to vote on which book you want me to read next. Hello, Atia from Glenda. Here's the neck link for Uprising. Thank you. I need to go look on the YouTube side to click it. Perfect. Thank you. This is what we're talking about, you guys. We are talking about the fact that during Arc August, because we'll all be focused on arcs, we'll also be talking about, hey, do you need something for this prompt? Here's something that's read now that you may want. And then we'll be like, ah, shit. Okay, I'll get another one. Maladat says, it's rare I can stick to one book for a long time. The last one was The Call by Peter O. Guilin? I finished it in 3 days. I can't remember the last time I did that. And I get that because especially I find that some of my favorite fantasy books are also the ones with like the most expansive world building and the ones that deal with really intense and emotional topics. So it's like my brain can't live in there for too long because I need a break. I need a filthy romance. I have a Jasmine Guillory book down here by the book. That's going to be a like, depending on how intense the Poet Empress gets, I might have to do that afterward. Mel says, yay, another member of the Kindle Army. Hell yeah. Yay. So I'm going to pick it up for him on April 12th, which is when I'm going to Tropes and Trifles to hand in my bingo card. I'm going to a book fair called Hot Raids and Sweethearts Spring Fling to see a bunch of my favorite authors locally. And then I'm going to my Bookstagram meetup, and it's going to be a great time. Jamie says, coffee is so expensive at cafes. I have a single serving coffee maker, lime green, sad one, oh yeah, and some raspberry vanilla and almond extract bottles. Yes, and I am extremely picky about espresso. And I don't want to buy an espresso maker. I have tried multiple like options to get close to espresso at home, but I do lattes only. Iced lattes only. Which by the way, I did go somewhere, a local coffee shop that like not in my town, but in a different town that had coconut cold foam. Oh my God. I like the flavor of coconut, not necessarily the texture, but fuck if that wasn't so good. Coconut cold foam on top of a coconut milk latte. Perfect. It was so good. Maladat says, Vanessa, I think people just have very different ideas of what's suitable. If you've no reason to think they're like manic, they probably know what they're doing. I would say maybe Maladat. It also depends on what spaces they exist in online because again, on Threads, there is a lot of discussion about posting things like that. And if you are a part of like the book threads, their little community thing that you can join, it's hard to exist without having seen it. Like, but if they're not on threads, they might not have seen a lot of discourse around it or a lot of controversy about it, and they might not realize how it looks to someone who's not thinking that way, or like to someone who just hasn't seen a lot of it. So benefit of the doubt, they might not realize how it's coming off. So yeah. But Jamie says, my next coffee will have 3 drops of the almond extract in it, so not extra sweetener because it is not a syrup, but the smell is decadent. Almond extract is maybe my favorite flavor of all time. That's why I got my almond cruffin. Almond extract belongs, if anything that I'm making with a sweet flavor profile, almond extract's going in there. It's too good. It tastes incredible. My mom makes Christmas cookie frosting with like a lot of almond extract, and it's real good. Sherry's here. Hello. Finally getting home to settle in and read. Hello. What are you going to be reading today? What are you going to be picking up? Let us know. Mel says hello to Sherry. That says it's fine, but not the most amazing thing I've ever read. Solid 3 stars at the moment. All right, at 80%. So yeah, you're getting close. You're getting real close. Ren says Threads is the haunted asylum. Here's the thing. Threads, absolutely. There's a side of Threads that I have spent enough of my life on the internet that I'm just like, why are we still devoting our time to being dicks to people online and being very judgy of people online? Like, there's a lot of threads that is cancel culture for sure. However, Threads is also, I think, where a lot of people, you know what? Threads is what Tumblr was in 2011. That's how I'll say that. And boy, oh boy, did I love Tumblr in 2011. But so it's a really weird space. Also, it's super funny. So a lot of boomers don't realize that in Facebook's new like terms and conditions, if you have a Meta account, you basically already have a Threads account. It just might not be activated yet. And it also, when you log into Facebook, especially on mobile, some of like the update pop-ups will ask you, do you want to auto activate your Threads account? And it's not obvious. And when you go to post on Facebook and you have a Threads account connected and activated, it will automatically assume that you want to cross post unless you turn it off. And a lot of boomers don't realize this. And Threads is full of older people who are just, and it's just, grandson came over today and helped me with the deck. And it'll just be like a picture of somebody thumbs upping next to a bunch of cut wood. And it's very funny. So anyway, Vanessa says, thanks for the advice. Take the second round. I think also, like, just because they are officially an influencer for the event, like, again, as an events person, I would want to know, even just so that I can make an informed decision. I don't think there's a decision to be made until they talk to this person, but like, benefit of the doubt, they just genuinely might not know how that came off. So Jamie said, for some reason, after Vanessa's villainous comment, I have poor unfortunate soul stuck in my head. Wait, yeah. Is it going to be like Ursula? Is Ursula going to be part of this? Because if we got to do sprints and karaoke poor unfortunate souls, I'll do it. And that says, did I just go request Uprising? Of course I did. Curse you, Jamie. Yeah. I don't have any November releases on NetGalley yet, so there's room. There's space. Jamie says, yes, maybe we'll have enough people reading Uprising to justify a channel in May in the Kooky Discord. Absolutely. Ren says, if I remember correctly, an author just released their first and last book because of a similar situation. Granted, he was being a creep, so no tear shed on that one. Possibly, yeah. There's a lot of like, I feel like right now, because reading has become commodified very much, like there are people who have not necessarily been dreaming of being a writer their whole lives who are like, I could probably write a book. I have an idea. I could probably do this. And they don't participate in the community as much. And so they don't realize there's some like general, not do's and don'ts, but just like, hey, this is how we be courteous to people around us and not be creepy and not be weird. And it's a weird time. Vess says, I love threads. The comments are fun to read. The ratios are insane. But threads is very cancel culture if you fuck up. There are some things that some people do that I'm like, yeah. There's a lady on threads, an author, who used the author who used the word colored to describe Black characters in her book. And then when people asked her about it and said, hey, this is not a thing that you do. And then she doubled down, tripled down. And I think there are some things where it's like, hey, if given a chance to learn that something you did was not great and apologize and correct, and you say, no, thanks, I'm good. I don't care if I've offended a lot of people. I'm like, yeah, do you think, threads? Maladat says, I avoid threads, but if it's like Tumblr, maybe I need to join. A lot of people treat it as like their shitpost place. And some of the shitposts are really funny. And also brands are going ham. Brands are getting after it. And it's a great time. You've convinced me not to do anything threads. If you are not willing to put in the work to cultivate your algorithm, don't go. Jamie says, I'm staying unaware of threads till I already have my bookstore and I'm really bored. Not sure I need all the book tangential drama yet. If you are starting a business, I would say have an account, post on the account, and direct people to your main platform. Like we post on Instagram and cross post to threads, directing them back to our Instagram if they have questions. So that way we're not actively on it all the time. Vanessa says Ursula might be a part of our August. And maybe Maleficent. Oh my God. I love Maleficent. Is it like we're gonna be a team of choose your favorite villains team to be on, or is it gonna be like all the sharks are now villains and the rest of us are princesses, princes, or monarchs of some sort? I want to know. I would just want to know. And says, yeah, the book community publishing has turned into the new 2016 beauty community where everyone had a makeup brand. That. Yes. Kelly says, hello, Kelly. You finally got my April TBR video edited. Now I want to read The Bone Shard Emperor. I've heard lots of great things about that one. So, yay. Ren says, me manifesting Jafar. Yeah, we need, first and foremost, we need villains of all genders. But also, yes to Jafar. And Vanessa's not sure yet, so that's fair. All right. Let's go back to Spirit City so we can do another sprint. We have about 2 hours left, so I think I'm going to drop us to 45-minute sprints, just so that we can fit 2 more before I can sprint until like 5:30ish. It is currently 3:10. Oh, Scar too. Yeah. I'm trying to think of like my favorite villain. I don't know. I'm struggling. I'll think about it. We'll think about it. In the meantime, though, I love the little deer meditating. We'll do over-unders on whether I go buy the DLC during this sprint. We could do knitting in honor of Pearl and Jamie. Do some knitting. Oh, but the deer doesn't knit with me? What the hell? I think that she might knit. No, I thought she knitted with me somewhere. Huh. Because I know when in gaming, little hoofs game. Yeah, come here. There we go. You need to be typing. All right. Oh, she doesn't do anything when I'm typing. Oh, cute. That's cute. All right. So we'll do a 45-minute sprint. And I'll see you guys after this one. And maybe, who knows, maybe I'll read this one. God forbid. All right. See you in 45 minutes. Yes, hello. Welcome back from sprinting. How's it going? How'd your sprint go? Let's take a look at where we were and some comments. I didn't read, which is fine. I also didn't do anything else, which is not super fine. So I do have a lot to do in this last sprint. I gotta get some posts done for my nonprofit thing. So gotta do that. The poll on the Read Your Library Discord has taken a big swing in terms of distance between the front runner. So it's very, very clear that you guys want me to read the Poet Empress. So I will be reading the Poet Empress next, probably. Can I close a poll? I don't even know how to do that. No idea. So I'll figure that out, but I will read the Poet Empress next then. I'm currently reading Highly Suspicious and Unfairly Cute by Talia Hibbert on audiobook. So Poet Empress will be next. Probably also on audio and physical. Maybe a little e-reader. I've got all three. So, we left off on Jamie saying Gargamel is still in my top 3 villains of all time, but it has been a while since I considered my villains rankings. He and his cat Azrael were my childhood definition of villain for sure. My childhood top villain was I don't know if anyone has ever seen what is the movie called? It's a movie about a young boy who has a bad dream, I think, like Little Nemo. And basically the villain has this black goo that comes up and gets you from under the bed. And that fucked me up for a long time. That really had me struggling. So, it feels like a fever dream. Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland. It's an 1989 animated movie, and that thing was so scary. So that's my villain, is the king dude with that black goo. Also, not a great movie. Not a good, not a movie that I would recommend anyone to watch, mostly because the animation choices are not good, are a little racist. So, but the goo that comes out and snatches you from under the bed imagery was a wild choice for a children's movie. So, Glenda says hello to Kelly. For folks who are interested in Shop on Pango, the Pango store, this is the Pango store that I got the book from, who just packaged it very, very nicely, included stickers, handwrote a little sign. I very appreciate. Ren says, Molly Dot, I think Serena Valentino has an Ursula story in that series of villains books. And Molly Dot says, I'll check them out. And it is indeed called Poor Unfortunate Soul. So that feels very on brand. This sprint, Lexi got 2.5 flowers crocheted. Awesome. Great job. What colors are they? They're Lexi's doing little coasters as sets for gifts, which is very cute. Christina just got word that could get some paid time off this evening. Yay. So he'll be home for birthday dinner. Yay. Oh, that's very exciting. Glenda also says, yay. Getting it started now. The dinner, excellent. Molly Dot says, I learned some basic phonetics in that sprint, helped by ChatGPT, which is leaving me uneasy that it might be lying, but reading reliable sources generally leaves me confused. If you're talking about like pronunciation of stuff, put it in the chat and I'll tell you how to pronounce it. I'm usually pretty good at it. I have studied multiple languages, and pronunciation is one of my autism special interests. So Kelly says, I made it to page 125 in the Bone Shard Emperor. That's impressive. I now have a strong grasp of what happened in book 1. I read it over a year ago, and now I'm excited for the plot to kick into gear. Excellent. Jamie says, I read a couple of chapters and voted in the poll. Also started a load of laundry. Very nice. My husband does our laundry in our house, so I'm very lucky. I don't have to do any. Mel says, thanks for the Pango link. I spent all sprints scrolling through their store. Nice. This next sprint, I have to make a couple of graphics and get at least a couple scheduled. But then also, I forgot that I have to order my costume for this play. We open in 2 weeks. I don't have my costume yet. And also, like, I wear anywhere from a size. Like, my undershirt here is a 3X. My pants are a 3X. This shirt is a 5X. And it's not like loose or baggy or anything. So my, sizes fluctuate. But they're like, "Oh, well, we can just go thrifting for you." And I'm like, "No, you can't." For a 1940s fashionable outfit? I don't think so. So I gotta order some stuff. Vanessa says, I finished part 1 of my graphic audio and I'm stunned that it stopped on chapter 23, but like a few paragraphs into chapter 23, not even the end of a chapter. That is weird. Like, usually, correct me if I'm wrong, authors separate stuff into chapters for a reason. Oh, comment jump. There you go. Maladat says, I'm hoping this will give me an understanding that I can then check against reliable guides. That's a good plan. Vanessa says, figured out my taxes, paid bills. Oh my God, what a productive sprint you had. Oh, are you done adulting yet? Because being done sounds great. Atia says, was editing a book mail haul and got 90 to 90% in Dear Wendy. Dear Wendy's cover is so cute. Really, really makes me want to read it, honestly. Very adorable. And Christine says hello to Atia. Vanessa says, what are you making? Yeah, she's making the little flower coasters. They're very cute. And then congratulations to Christina's kiddo. Happy birthday. How's it feel being a legal adult now? A grown-up. Ren made it to 34% in their book. And yay for Charles being home for birthday dinner. Yay. Vanessa says, I'm done paying bills for now, but now I need to do my actual job because it's not what you've been doing all day. Theoretically, actual jobs are what pay the bills, regrettably. So, also, the other book that I ordered on Pango has also been shipped and is being delivered. It's been sitting in Tennessee for a hot minute. So that's good news. Vanessa says, I think I have ADHD, and if so, it be strong today. I have debilitating ADHD, and I should take more medication for that, but alas. Mel says, woo woo, happy to hear Charles will be home. Christina thinks Vanessa, he says, it feels the same as being 17. Maybe we should make him go do something adult, like pay some of those bills. Yeah, honestly, like, go make him do a bunch of stuff that's like the not fun part of adulting. Or if there's a bunch of stuff you do for him, be like, make one day where it's like, hey, you're 18 now. You can do this. Kelly says, I was on page 95 and talked to your daughter during the sprint. Okay, so you didn't do all 125 pages in the sprint, which is doable, but not this time. Vanessa says, oh no, take him to play the lottery. Teach him how disappointing scratch-offs can be. Maybe that'll be nicer. Vanessa says, on my 18th birthday, I bought $18 worth of lottery tickets and $136. All right. Amazing. Mel says, shopping as a woman is a nightmare. I'm like 5 different sizes across different stores. Correct. Yeah. I have some sports bras from Athleta and some leggings that are a size 2X. I also have jeans in a size 30, which is approximately a 5X. Nobody knows. It's so inconsistent. And by the way, those jeans are from Old Navy, which is the same parent brand as Athleta. You all are the same. Y'all have the same manufacturers. It's like, what the hell? Maladat says, not so much pronunciation as more an intellectual understanding of what's going on, especially in my own mouth. Like, I'm happy with my European Spanish pronunciation, but I can't tell you exactly what my tongue is doing with the vowels. Rounding and jaw are more or less okay. I think that's fair. I coach high school speech, and I talk a lot with my students about how do you, because they do a lot of accents in theater performance, and we talk a lot about what different parts of your mouth need to be doing when you are trying to make different sounds and trying to perform different accents. Like, my favorite is when they try to do a Russian accent and they can't quite grasp where their lips and tongue need to be in their mouth to effectively use a Russian accent. Very fun. Very fun. Christina says, that's cool. Hopefully he will be lucky too. Sending lucky vibes. Ati says, my packages also love to sit in Tennessee for some reason. Yeah. It's like, just, it'd be chilling there. It's at the Memphis, Tennessee Mail Processing Center. And like, it's just a book. That's all. It's just a book. Well, and what's really interesting is on the little map that they have for it, like, it started in San Fran. moved a little ways to the Bay Area main processing center. So like on the map, it little dot right next to it. And then big swoop over to Memphis, Tennessee, and then like like the whole width of the state of Tennessee. And then the last dot is Memphis, Tennessee processing center. And I'm like, that's a big distance for both being Memphis. Jamie says, I am under 5 feet tall, but my measurements are otherwise similar to my friend who's a 5'9" model. Half of petite clothes are for someone taller, and if pants fit my waist, then they don't go over my hips. There are a couple of brands who do it pretty well, but a lot of brands assume that the shorter you get, that your whole body also scales. Like if you're a foot shorter, then you must be it's like when you resize a picture in Canva. It's like, no, just because like I'm super tall. And sometimes like as I go up in size, as I go up in length of something, it will also get wider. And I'm like, I just need it to be longer. I have a 35-inch inseam. I just need it to be longer. Thank you. I used to work in clothing retail. I could talk about specifically plus size retail. By the time I turned 26, I had 24 years of customer service experience, largely in plus size retail clothing. I could talk for a very long time about discrepancies in women's clothing. And it's fine. It's fine. I did just buy a bunch of new bras. That was very exciting. Found a bunch that are actually in the right size. So it's going to be, meanwhile, I'm wearing a sports bra today, but whatever. Vanessa says, I hate wearing clothes. Agree. But if I didn't do it right now, this would be a really different stream. And it says, finish my book and ate some ice cream while picking out my next read, The Faraway Inn by Sarah Beth Thirst. Excellent. And I know she's got her third one in the Spell Shop series too coming out, I think. Atia says, same. Hate wearing clothes. Mel says, just got the audio for the first book in the Wandering Inn series. 48 hours. Great. You have a great time with that. Oh, even on like 3x speed, that's 12 hours. That's so long. Yikes. 3x speed, 12 hours. Whoa. I knew math. 3x speed is more like 16 hours, but whatever. It says Tennessee has some big processing centers. They do indeed. Ingram Spark is in Tennessee, so a lot of print-on-demand books hang out in Tennessee at some point. Not sure why Pango Book would. Yeah, it's just the USPS processing facility. That's where it's hanging out. Maladot says, one thing it told me is that the front of the tongue is under the hard palate and it rises to it for front vowels. Likewise, back of the tongue under the soft palate and rises to it with the back vowels. Yes. And then it said where the tip and blade are too. Yeah. What's happening to my mouse? Connection lost. Get back on here. And does it sound correct? Yes. So if you just like wherever your tongue is normally sitting, if you touch the tip, that's your hard palate, basically. Kind of hear it almost. But if you press your finger and it doesn't give, hard palate in the way back, which I'm not going to do, soft palate. And then, yeah, so whenever you're saying any kind of like, not only front vowel, but also your consonants, a lot of your hard consonants are when your tongue makes contact with, soft consonants are where tongue makes contact with hard palate. Hard consonants are where teeth connect. So, yeah, absolutely. Christina says, this is why I always preferred men's pants, specifically Levi's 501s. They fit way better than any women's clothes did. And before I had my youngest, I could wear clothes from the children's department. Yeah. My problem is just that, like, I absolutely understand that for a lot of small businesses, it is not possible, like money-wise, it is not possible to offer affordable options in the variety of shapes needed to accommodate everyone's bodies. Like being able to support, I am super aptly shaped. I got no hips, negative hips. I got mega hip dips, as in the hips themselves are dips. And so like most pants get super baggy under right under my stomach. And for companies to be able to carry not only a bunch of different sizes and a bunch of different lengths, but then also a bunch of different cuts and shapes. For small businesses, I get it. You can't carry that much. You'd have to make it custom made clothing, which is not fiscally feasible to do for a lot of small businesses, and or people don't want to pay those prices. But when we're looking at like an Old Navy, you got money. You got money. And like just if you just, I don't know, didn't pay your owner millions of dollars a year, you'd probably be okay. You could probably do it. And you'd probably get more customers who come to you more loyally. So I'm not bitter about it. That's the important thing. Mel says all the books in this series are long as hell, it seems, and it's still ongoing. It's intimidating. It's like, do I want to start that? Ooh. Jamie says, I worked at Dillard's as a bra fitter and then a jeans expert in the petite juniors ladies section. Very fun. Yeah, bra fitting. I started my retail career the day on my 18th birthday. I wanted to start work on my 18th birthday. I was such a nerd. And started working on my 18th birthday at Lane Bryant, which is a plus size retailer. And back in 2009, they were the only plus size retailer in the mall. So at 18, I was wearing their very fashionable outfits. And that's when I like learned about bra fitting for the first time. Oh my God. But my Lane Bryant was across from a Victoria's Secret, and the number of women who were plus size who would like exit Victoria's Secret either super upset or like actively crying to come over to our store to get fit instead was crazy. Victoria's Secret, like literally, there's a woman who came into our store in tears, and we were like, oh my God, are you okay? How can we help you? She's like, yeah, they told me to come over here. I asked for a bra fitting, and they said, oh, we're not going to have anything that fits you. And then she said, can I get my size anyway? Like, can you just at least measure me to see what my size would be? And they said to her face, well, there's all this fat around this area that we can't measure around. She came into our store. And first, in Victoria's Secret, for those who don't know, they measure where your bra, like normally to measure a bra, you measure down here below your boobs, around your ribcage, and then you measure around whatever the widest part of your bust is. Those two measurements. Victoria's Secret, at least back in the day, measured up here for your band size, which is not where your band sits. And if your bust is fuller up top, that's going to be an inaccurate measurement anyway, so whatever. But like, that was back when thin was very in, or the first time, the second time, the third time, whatever. And it was a nightmare. So like, great that I could help people find what they needed, but at the same time, a lot of trauma working near Victoria's Secret. This is just the tip. Jimmy says, after that job, now I know not so much which brands work for me, but more just how should I look I am, finding anything that I won't have to alter somehow. The biggest tip for anybody on clothing is find a seamstress in your area. Go on Facebook Marketplace, go on local community Facebook groups and ask for recommendations. There will be some woman who loves making kids' clothes or whatever, who's very fast and good at it with a sewing machine and who can do alterations well. And she probably won't be that expensive. Her name is Laura, and she altered my wedding dress. She built custom sleeves for my wedding dress, all for $75. And I love her. And like, just anything that you're spending money, like good money on, just take it and get it adjusted to your size. And it's the greatest thing. And often it won't be too expensive. Corey's here too. Hello, Corey. Just got home from a bookstore run. Happy to catch you. What did you get from the bookstore? Tease us, why don't you? And hello from Christina and from Mel. Do I think Old Navy or Torrid is better for plus size clothes? Here's the thing. I got so many feelings about Torrid and Old Navy. Old Navy multiple times has rolled out plus sizes in all stores as part of a size inclusive initiative. They've hired influencers to partner with them on this. They've made it a big launch. And then within 5 months, they have quietly removed all of those sizes from stores baiting and switching constantly. They've done it 3 times in the past decade, which is so shitty. It's like Target selling a Pride collection and then saying fuck DEI. So Old Navy I have a problem with there. However, they also are one of the only retailers who consistently has carried up to a 4X and a size 30 in things like jeans and pants, on their online at least. And their pricing is very, very difficult to beat, especially if you're trying to avoid going with like Shein or Temu. So Old Navy is definitely more accessible that way. Torrid, my problem with Torrid is just that they don't pay attention to their demographic or actual like sales numbers. I worked at Torrid too, for a while, and I managed one of their stores here in the Twin Cities, but I was also a traveling fixer for stores. So if a store had problems either with training or with organization, etc., they sent me to that store for a couple of days to fix things up. I did new store openings, etc. And the biggest thing is like they don't listen to what customers want, and they fall back on the same old to avoid having to hire new, better designers and invest in new designs. They have made a lot of the same styles since I worked there over a decade ago. They are still doing a lot of Disney licensing, despite Disney licensing items being some of their lowest sellers. The trend items that they do very, very few of them. But when they get trend items in, they sell out immediately, and then they don't do more stuff like that. And it's crazy because I think plus size women, just like everyone, deserve to participate in current trends. And there aren't any retailers who are catering to that right, I guess. So, yeah, Torrid is going to be slightly better quality than Old Navy, but it's gone down lately. Old Navy is going to be more affordable. Torrid is definitely better for basics, staples, underwear, bras, etc. I get all my camisoles from there. But honestly, a lot of times when I'm like, I need something specific, I'm going with where I can get it for cheaper, and I know that it's going to be consistent in the sizing I need. So a little tangent there. Kelly says hello to Corey. That says it would be handy if fashion suited looser clothing that can be drawn in with belts and other ties to fit multiple shapes. Potentially, but at the same time, I hate looser clothing. I'm autistic, and that's one of the things like I don't like when there's fabric bunching anywhere. So like this shirt is not loose anywhere on me, and I'm wearing leggings. Like I like my stuff to be tight. And I think there's also a lot of like trauma up there from when they told plus size women, yeah, you basically have to wear baggy tents and that's it. So I like my stuff tight. But yeah, I think that there's a lot of small designers who are doing a lot of work in the space to make adaptable clothing, which is really, really cool. Christina says men's sizes are like select a size, pick your waist and pick your length. Correct. And that's on the patriarchy for pants and for dress shirts. I've never, ever, ever known a man to need to try on a dress shirt. He just goes, that's the size of my neck, that's the length of my torso, that's the size of my chest, and that's the length of my arms. This shirt will work for me. Go fuck yourself. Respectfully, men, I hate that. So anyway, Corey says, I saw on Facebook that Sarah Beth Thirst was there and signed her books, so I grabbed Spell Shop and Enchanted Greenhouse. Oh, at your bookstore. That's amazing. Oh, that's awesome. That is so cool. I don't know if wow, what the fuck is in regards to this or in regards to the sizing situation we've been talking about. Linda says hello to Corey. Mel says that's awesome. Very nice. Ati says, yeah, I got a measurement done by Victoria's Secret one day and they measured at the top of my titties and the bras did not fit comfortably. Yeah, because bras don't go up here. Yeah, a long time ago on TikTok, I did like a bra measurement video and I'm like, here's how you measure yourself at home. Because I personally prefer Nordstrom for bra fitting. They are the most consistent and the best trained. I mean, I trained most of the people in the Twin Cities 10 years ago, but they're the most consistent with it and they do it really well. But you don't actually need to go get a bra fit somewhere else. All you need to know is how to properly measure at home and with a measuring tape and do very simple subtraction math and or have a calculator. It's very doable. Nicole's here. Hello, Nicole. How are you? What are you doing and reading today? And lots of hellos for Nicole's in the chat. She says, ooh, tell Laura I'm gonna need her to come to New York when I eventually get married because I want a built-in bra for my dress. Or, hear me out, you come visit. She can do it in a day. She did I bring her my dress on time for alterations? Did I bring it in and be like, hey Laura, I'm so sorry. I'm getting married in like a week. Can you please help? And she's like, you bet. You just come visit me. We'll drop it off. We'll go to some bookstores and then we'll go get it. Not trying to be uncomfortable for the day. Absolutely. Christine says, yeah, I would say that Victoria's Secret people were trained wrong. That place has nothing to do with any bra size. But that's how they train people. That was part of their training, at least back then. Nicole says hello to everyone who's saying hello. There's hellos all over. Jamie says, I love that more jeans brands make a curvy fit now. I have a 10-inch difference between waist and hips and hate having too much fabric gathered on my waist. And I'm the exact opposite of the curvy. So when they make a straight one, I'm like, hello. I'm straight, at least in my pants fit. Hello to Mel from Nicole. She says, thank you. It's always annoying me too. So many things annoy me. And working on graphics and listening to 40 Rules of Love by Elif Shafak. Very nice. I saw the cover for that one too, and I really liked that cover also. So I'm getting drawn in by a lot of colors that I really like, or covers that I really like. All right. We are going at the end of the comments. So we are going to hop into our last sprint for the day before I have to go to play rehearsal tonight. We are going to do, well, come here. Nope. Nope. There we go. We'll do one last 45-minute sprint, and then we'll come back and say goodbye. So I'll see y'all theoretically, there we go, in 45 minutes. Hello, welcome back. How did your sprint go? I did not get as much done as I would have liked to, but I did get a couple of posts made. And I also realized that the sales department has not given me everything that I need for the rest of the posts that I need to create. So I'm sprinting tomorrow during the morning, midday, early afternoon. And so I will probably be doing this tomorrow too. So yeah. Excuse me. So yeah, I didn't do as much as I'd like, but I at least got like today's and Monday's post done and scheduled. So yeah. If anyone wants to go to a Women in Tech conference where we bolster your personal and professional development in tech and adjacent fields in Indianapolis, come. All right, let's see how you all went. Ashley joined us. Hello, Ashley. How are you? How's it going? Molly continued with the phonetics a little bit. Only had 2 more high-quality questions left, but I think I've covered enough for one evening. Now to get this into notes rather than lose it in a long chat. Fair. And hello to Ashley. Told me about A-like vowels, so all the different pronunciations of A. So it's time to head to Wikipedia to learn them all. And Alicia joined. Hello. How's it going? All the friends today. It's been a good day for sprinting. Just joining. Family is over for dinner for pizza night, but here working on a reading journal. Where's your pictures? Show us what it looks like. Ashley says hello to Molly. And Molly actually says, time to stop doing brain work. Getting a little headachy. Yeah, sometimes you just need a break. And Glenda says hello to Ashley and Alicia. Jesse says, I finished One Night in Italy that only went to Italy at 90% through the book and have also made a grocery list. Dun, dun, dun. And why are you scared? This is a grocery list. You can do it. And or you can order it to you. Molly says hello back to Glenda. Jesse says, gonna start the new TJ Clune so I can actually have it on my Neck Allie app. I don't want it to disappear. Fair. You should be able to hit the download button though. So not lose it if it's downloaded. Atia finished Dear Wendy. Multiple books finished on this sprint. I'm telling you, it's a golden day for sprinting. So good. Probably going to give it 4.5 stars. So you're telling me that in addition to having a beautiful purple cover, you also give it 4.5 stars. So I got to read it, is what I'm understanding. Jesse says, ooh, and The Witch's Heart just came in from the library. That's another one for both Read Your Library and for Vikingathon. Perfect. Next book. Sold. Well, yeah, and TJ Clune. Both. Why not both? I need the meme of the little girl in the taco commercial. Why not both? Mel says, yay for finishing your book, Atia. Happy to hear you enjoyed it. Glenda got to chapter 23 in The Star Seeker, so a little over halfway. Excellent. And then Lexi has 3 more flowers to do on this coaster. Excellent. Glenda, yay for finishing audiobook. And Mel says, thank you for sprinting. You're welcome. Thank you. I'll be here 3 more times this month. April is a crazy, crazy month for me. So I was like, all right, I'm going to pick the only sprint times that I can do because I'm busy so much. Also, Coda is sprinting for Vikingathon tonight. Yes. So Coda is sprinting for Vikingathon. And then in just under 3 hours, Atia will be sprinting for Read Your Library as well. So we'll have sprints all night, baby. And then I come back. My rehearsal gets done right when Atia starts, so I'll come join sprints tonight too. Rana made it to 50%. Yay! You're welcome for sprints. And Atia has also been cleaning out my inbox. Very nice. Multiple people being able to clean out inboxes today. It's a productive Friday. It's a good Friday. Get it? Molly says, the book did promise only one night, Jesse. That's a great point. One night in Italy. It gave you one night, only at the last 10% of the book. Molly's got you there. Groceries over here are fucking expensive. That's fair. I get that. Atia says, yep, add it to that forever growing TBR. For those who don't know, Atia is directly responsible for probably around half of my TBR at this point. Like, realistically, if I were to go to my physical TBR and point out every book that Atia is responsible for, we can do it on tomorrow's sprints. It'll take forever because there's so many of them. But Molly.bedtime for me. Good night. Have a good sleep. Sleep tight. Glenda says, thank you for hosting. See you again tomorrow morning. Thank you. And I'll see y'all tonight on Atia's. Good night, Molly. Have a good sleep and take care. Decided my next audiobook will be This Book Won't Burn by Samira Ahmed. That sounds great too. I love cheeky's not the right word, but like aggressive titles. This is an example of one. There's that new book called I Hope This Email Finds You in Hell. I want to read that based on the title alone. Yeah. Atia doesn't feel bad at all for making me buy books. But yeah, you're welcome for hosting. I'm going to be heading over to my rehearsal, and then I will catch you all later tonight. So not going away, not going anywhere, but or going away shortly, but coming back, not permanently. But reminders as you head in the next sprints, remember to hydrate, feed yourself, check laundry, take meds, stretch, and definitely hit that like, hit that subscribe button. I feel like a YouTuber. Don't forget to hit that subscribe, fam. I hated that. And then also, if you are not already a part of these playlists, go ahead and follow the playlist, follow Christina. But this is where you can find all the announcements and TBR videos for all of the hosts of Read Your Library Readathon. This is where you can join the sprint trolley, meaning it's a playlist of all the sprints. My goodness. And if you click the playlist, you'll just see which sprints are scheduled next. So it's a really easy way to navigate between them. And then you can join us for Atia sprints. Because she'll be on later tonight. No one can make you buy books without permission except for Atia. Legitimately. We have very much the same taste in fantasy books. And Atia has phenomenal recommendations for a lot of fantasy books that do not hit a lot of mainstream channels. So, and then also recommendations videos are also on this playlist, I believe. So if you are also just looking for recommendations for how to fill out your bingo prompts, how to fill out your challenge card prompts, you can find recommendations there too. And or head to the Discord. The link is in the description of the video, and just say, hey, I need a book for this thing. And we're going to be like, oh, gotcha. Let us help out. So, also, Atia, somebody just posted in the Discord that they need help finding things. So easier to let you know here. All right. So everyone have a great rest of your night. I will see you on Coda Sprints and Atia Sprints in just a little bit here. And thank you so much for hanging out with me today. Bye.